legally, efficiently, honestly for our students and for our communities. And on days, I think the days are coming where it's going to be more strict. And so with that said, I pointed out what was on my mind, but I'll continue because I'm sure there's some time-related, time-sensitive things on here that we need to take care of. And we shouldn't have canceled that meeting for the board retreat. Thank you. And I agree.
And I am here. That gives us a quorum. And I will express too my surprise and disappointment that this meeting and the agenda showed up the way it was. I don't know who was consulting on this. My understanding was that the items in the agenda and the scheduling was to take place between the board president and the superintendent. Am I incorrect in that?
No, that is correct. Can't give me it all. Nope. Come on. A little bit. That is correct, Mr. Wells.
I will concur with you, Ms. Aspis, and voicing my disappointment in our board attorney. If she influenced this or had an influence in it, my understanding is she had no business doing it. Anyway, that being said, we'll continue on. To item 2A, New Mexico Youth Risk and Reassessment Survey by Aristabeth. Correct me, I apologize. Ms. Castillo.
Hello. Thanks for inviting me. And I represent a team at UNM and our collaborators from the Navajo Nation who've worked on this survey. I'm actually not Arisbeth. My name is Rebecca Kilburn. I came up today from Albuquerque to present the survey. I'm part of a team of about 12 people at UNM who collect these data, and I'll talk about results for your district in particular. But before I do that, I wanted to have my collaborators introduce themselves as well.
Good evening, board members. I'm Feline Herrera from the Navajo Nation Health Education Program. I am the program manager. I oversee health education and HIV program. And we're happy to be here with you all this evening. And thank you for approving the survey for us to do it. We appreciate it.
Good evening, my name is Justine Yazzie. I am the senior health educator with the Shiprock Health Education Office. Our office was the one that collaborated with the UNM to complete the survey for the Central Consolidated Schools.
Hi, my name is Danita Johnson, and I'm a health education tech, and I work in the Shiprock office as well. Thank you.
Great. And apparently, if I say, go to the next slide, someone will do that. And oh yes, that's magic. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today, I feel like I'm turning my back on people, is a little bit of background about the survey, The strengths in the results for this district, some opportunities for improvement for this district, the parent and student opt-out information for the future, where you can learn more about it, and then I'm happy to answer any questions along with the rest of the group. So next slide, please. So the YRS is conducted every other year, and it's a survey of middle school and high school students. Our partners include the Centers for Disease Control. They do this in about 43 states, as well as with some tribal communities. Also, funding from the New Mexico Department of Health.
Middle team.
And the Public Education Department.
No, the people on video on YouTube need to hear you, yeah.
All right, we also collaborate with CYFD at the state. You can see a number of other state organizations. We work with very closely with the Albuquerque Area Tribal Epidemiology Center, or Aztec. They work primarily with the Pueblo communities with us. As you know, the Navajo Nation, but the most important partners in this are the schools and the districts. Next slide. I'll now talk about the 2023 survey. So that's the most recent data available, and we're going into the field in the fall of 2025 to do the next survey. This slide shows the participation rates at your district. In the middle school, we included 3 schools, and there were nearly 700 respondents. The response rate in your district for middle school was 67%, which is well above the state response rate, which you can see was 60%. Your high school was even higher. We surveyed at 3 schools. There were nearly 1,000 respondents. The response rate was 71% compared to the state's of 56%. Next slide.
May I ask questions
Of
while
course.
you're going through?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're not bombarded at the end. But those 17,000, we don't even have 17,000. How is that?
Can you go back to the last slide? So for example, under the middle school, the first bullet is the number of respondents in your district, and the last one is for the state as a whole. The entire state had 17,815 middle school students. So sorry, that wasn't clear. That's not clearly, and the same for the high school. The 964 was respondents in your district for high school students, and across the state, we had almost 18,000 respondents in the last bullet. So thanks for asking that. That wasn't, yeah, and any questions you have, please ask. Okay, next slide. So why do we collect these data for teens? Why are 43 states doing this? Nearly every district in New Mexico participates in this. It focuses on risk behaviors, and that's because we don't just sit around and say, well, what should we ask this year? But rather, the questions are all driven by things like, what are the leading causes of death among young people? So we ask about whether they're wearing seatbelts, whether they're using substances in particular ways. Also, behaviors that they start undertaking in youth are the leading causes of death as they get older. Things like smoking, things like drinking alcohol. Also, a lot of the risk behaviors we collect information about are associated with sickness and other outcomes. So we ask questions about suicide, we ask questions about depression, anxiety, and then last, a lot of the risk behaviors we ask about are associated with academic failure. So are they missing school, for example? We also ask in New Mexico questions about resiliency and strengths that lead to good outcomes, not just about risk behaviors. Next slide. So I want to talk about how the data are used and clarify who gets to see the data from your particular school district. So local schools and districts use the data to identify student needs. So we deliver to the superintendent a report that is just for your district. So your superintendent can see for all of the questions, and we also break it down by things like boys and girls and different grades, so they can see exactly what's going on in your district and how it compares to the state. And there's also county reports that are available on the website, so you can look at your county, see how that compares. And local groups like school boards and school officials use those reports. Also, we have a number of places where students are using the data for STEM projects, for public health projects, and are recommending solutions and things they'd like prioritized to their school boards. A lot of nonprofits in areas use these data to write grant applications. So when you're writing a federal grant or a foundation grant, they want you to be able to demonstrate that there are needs in your area, and this is one of the top sources for those data. Also, the state departments and legislature in our state allocate funding to different locations based on their needs and use this survey a lot for that purpose. And then also national organizations monitor trends and inform policies. Like this survey was one of the first places to identify vaping as the next big thing for students, and that was started to be on the radar, and people started working on vaping policy. Okay, next slide. So the types of information that we collect, you can see in the top box, those are risk factors. I mentioned the resiliency and protective factors, and a few health outcomes you can see in that bottom box, and also demographic characteristics. Like there are about 100 questions for high school students and about 80 for middle school students, and districts can choose to do it online or using paper and pencil. Sorry, paper and pencil. Next slide. So I'll talk about some data specific to this school district. So next slide, please. First, I'll show some areas where this district had outcomes better than the state. In all of these slides, Central Consolidated will be in the blue bars and New Mexico in the yellow bars. And I'm sorry for the group here, it's a little bit small, I hope you can see it, but on the vertical axis is the percent, and this graph shows injury and violence. So in the first set, you can see significantly fewer students in your district engage in texting and driving, which is a big source of injury and death for teenagers. And all of the results I'm going to show you are where your district is statistically significantly different than the state. So it's not that they're close, they're actually different in a statistical sense. Also, your district had lower rates of high school students skipping school due to safety concerns, and also fewer students reporting that they were treated unfairly in school because of their race and ethnicity. These are for high school students. Next slide, please. I can't see the top title, but this is about alcohol use. And again, the blue bars are for your district, and the yellow bars are for New Mexico. And your students had much lower rates of drinking before age 13. So about 12% of your students first drank before age 13, and across the state it was about 16%. We found actually essentially 0 students in your district engaging in high-intensity drinking. That's 10 or more drinks on an occasion, compared to about 2% for the rest of the state. Next slide, please. And your students are getting more physical activity than is the average for the state. And that's, as you know, very important and related to some of the what are considered most preventable and modifiable health outcomes in public health. So the first set is not physically active on any days. You only had 11% of your high school students compared to about 15.5% for the state. This relates directly to what your school is doing. You had almost 40% of your students reporting that they had daily PE in school. And across the state, that was only 27%. So that's a big difference, and it's one that this particular organization has control over. Next slide. Okay, some areas where there are opportunities for improvement, I'll talk about next. Next slide, please. In the area of tobacco use, you can see there was much higher rate of any tobacco use in central consolidated schools, and in current cigarette smoking and spit tobacco, it was slightly higher, and the difference excuse me, for your district and the state was largely in areas like, like vaping. Next slide, please. For physical activity, let's see, we go down. This is actually about health outcomes and being overweight and obese rather than the physical activity, sorry. And this district actually has more students who are overweight and obese compared to the state. And so those are 2 areas for improvement. And I wanted to say, out of the 100 variables that we asked about in the survey, most of the other ones, there were not statistical differences with New Mexico compared to your district. So what I was doing was just highlighting areas where there are differences. Next slide, please. So what I'll talk about now is sort of shifting to what happens in the fall. In 2025, we'll do the next survey. The survey is voluntary, and the process is first we contact the superintendents and make sure that they are agreed to do the survey, and then if that is a yes, then we talk to the principals and they can opt out of the survey and they have to say yes, and then the parents can also opt their children out of the survey, and the students can opt out of the survey, so they don't have to do the survey, they can say no. So parents and students can also decline to answer any particular question on the survey. So you can say yes to the survey, but then if there are some questions that you don't feel comfortable answering, you can also just answer the ones you want to on the survey. Next slide, please. Yeah, you had a question?
Yes, you're saying the opting out, so the student can do that. So is there any communication back to the parent to say that the student did opt out?
No, the parents don't know if the student opted out. But this slide says before the student is even allowed to start taking the survey, or before the student is offered the survey, the parents are asked to give their consent. And this is done in a form that's called a passive consent form. So if you want your student to do the survey, you don't have to do anything. And if you'd prefer your student not do the survey, you sign at the bottom of, this is an example of the form, and then the teachers have the information about which students are not taking the survey. But if the student is taking the survey, the student's offered the survey, and the student can still say, no thanks, I prefer not to, or the student can take the survey and then just not answer particular questions. So,
It would seem that the legalities, you're consenting, and then if your student, depending, I don't know if you're considering age, 18 or, but they are still minor, so I would need some type of communication back to the parent saying that they opt out.
yeah, the way that tends to be handled is that the student is granted the privacy of not participating in the survey and doesn't have to share that with the parent. And the parents don't get the data about their particular student.
I understand it's a survey, yes, but, you know, for reasons, you know, they may want to ask these questions, they may want to know, but how will they, you know, instead of direct communication with their student and or their child.
Well, no one actually gets data on individual students, so we can't identify the individual student, so it's an anonymous survey. So even if the student took the survey, we don't have a way to give that back to the parent or give it back to the teacher, or no one, so it comes back to us as a student from the school, and then we know in some cases what class the student was in, but we can't identify individual students' responses. I don't know if you want to talk about that too. I know you have.
When we go into the schools, we do this passive survey as well. We get the parental permission. But if the parent signs it and says they don't want their child to take it, that's up to the child and the parent. And the teacher collects it like she mentioned. But doing the survey, when the teacher hands it out in the classroom, we follow a script and we tell them that they can take the survey. Many of you did not return the survey, and we still give them the option of they have to opt out. And because this survey, it doesn't identify, like myself, say I was in high school, Feline Herrera, and it doesn't give my age, my gender, my weight, height. It doesn't give that. So this is totally anonymous. So we don't know which students did the survey. And that's why it's collected and it's anonymous. And that about the teachers knowing specifically, that's specific to the teachers, not even us, because we don't know the children, who they are personally and by individual name.
Okay, I guess I was understanding wrong how.
Okay.
All right.
Justine, or want to add anything that okay. Yeah, so it's totally anonymous, no personal identifiers on the student. We only identify the school, and they have a specific school number and the number of surveys that we collect at the end of, as we collect it and finish out in the school.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's good.
Yes, how is the survey administered?
How is it administered?
Yes.
You know, the bubble sheets that, it comes on a bubble sheet that the students can answer, and a booklet. And so the students answer male or female, and then their grade and, is it classroom or no? Okay, so, and there's resiliency questions like she mentioned. For Navajo, we do have those resiliency questions, and it's not, we ask in there if they speak their own native language, or if they speak a language other than Navajo. It could be a different tribal language or Spanish. So that's a question on there that the student will answer themselves. Then it goes into each of those 6 priority areas that she kind of highlighted briefly, and the students answer those on the bubble sheet. So from the booklet to the bubble sheet, they'll fill it in. And that's how it's administered in a classroom setting for that 1 hour or 45 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. And we have a website that's called youthrisk.org, and you can sign up for the newsletter here. And we send a newsletter out about 4 to 6 times a year. It's not, won't spam your inbox. But before we move on, I wanted to clarify, we've been talking about the Navajo survey and the state survey. So the Navajo Nation does the survey every 3 years. And the state data that I was talking about is every other year. So it turns out we line up every 6 years. And then in between those 6 years, there's another Navajo survey, and then we do it every other year. So, okay, next slide, please. So on the website, I just wanted to point out, you can go to publications, and on the next slide, please. This shows an example of a type of report that you can get. The board members and the superintendent have a printout of the school district's report for the middle school and the high school. That report is only available with the permission of the superintendent. So the district's information is the property of the district. It's not my property, not anybody else's. So if anybody wants to see the school district data, I can't see that. It's only available from the school district. There is, I'll show you in a minute. Next slide, please. Another type of publication that's on the website, next slide, is the county reports. And so this is an example for Bernalillo County. You can go to the website and see the county reports, and that's combines all the districts in a particular county. And the reason we do that is so that the individual district data can't be identified. If there's only, for example, a really small district in a county, we don't publish that to maintain the anonymity of the students. So next slide. So this has contact information for PED, Department of Health, myself, and a colleague at UNM. If you have any more questions, we're only supposed to take 12 or 15 minutes. We're happy to answer the questions. Also, if you want to know what's going to be on the survey, that's on the website, so you can look already and see what's going to be on the 2025 survey. And we also send the district's parent communication package so that they can let the parents know. We want to make sure parents have the opportunity to opt their child out. Parents can see what's on the survey. They can call me personally, ask questions. We want to make sure it's totally transparent, and parents and students, as well as everyone else, is completely comfortable. So we're all happy to answer any other questions that you all have.
I have a question, Vice President.
Go ahead.
So looking at this, your book here, and seeing that, the one for mental health, I only bring this up because, of a young girl that in Arizona that went to a home, because of, I think it was mental health issues and other stuff, and had to seek it outside the reservation, and because it was said that they don't have those facilities on the reservation or near home. And so here with IHS nearby, do they have these where they can help? I mean, if we see that that's well, even just one is a lot, and I think we saw that after COVID. So do you know, if IHS is, set up to help in those areas,
I think, I don't know the answer, but
I come from the Winter Rock Department of Health, the Navajo Nation Central Office under Department of Health. And I work with the behavioral health program. They have one treatment center here in Shiprock, and that's located near the hospital. IHS, they do have mental health services as well. And usually under IHS, they refer them out through patient-referred care, and if they have those funds available. And it probably might depend on the type of mental health services, and maybe tribal behavioral health might have referred that individual out too. So it's on the individual basis, so I really can't answer for the parental decision and the
Yeah.
child and the provider. So, but those services, we have one treatment center here under Navajo Nation, and I believe there was one in Arizona, but I can't not remember. And I can get back with you on specifically, or have our tribal behavioral health get a hold of you specifically to further explain their services, and a member of IHS, if you'd like that.
And, you know, and you yourself should know that, with the chapter houses and the schools, we're kind of considered the hub of the communities, and because we don't have that infrastructure that Farmington has, you know, municipality and stuff like that. So, and then also I see under physical activity, body weight, and nutrition that you have daily soda consumption.
Yeah.
And I was just scanning through, and I was just wondering where, or have you asked the question about energy drinks?
I think in ours, we have that in the Navajo Nation survey, and
Okay.
I would defer that to Justine, if she might answer anything specific for our energy drink. Would you? But we have, she's delivered her reports to the superintendent, right? Yeah, so they would have that specific report on the energy drink.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
you're welcome. I like those questions.
Any questions from anyone else here? Okay, well, I think we've exhausted our time, so I wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to share the results with you. If you have ideas about questions you'd like to see in the future, we have already set the 2025 questionnaire, but for 2027, believe it or not, we're already starting to work on new questions. So for example, this year we're adding a fentanyl question for the first time because we had so many school districts come to us and school boards come to us and say, can you please add that? So anyone in the community, teachers, school board, have ideas about things we can add in the future or ways we can do better on the website or anything, please let us know. And thanks again for participating. You all have participated, I think, for something like 19 years or something? That's, yeah, so that's fantastic. So thank you, and
May I ask another question, Vice President?
Yes, ma'am.
So, this is dated 2023, and, is this 3 years too? Every 3 years? that you
the Navajo
compile?
Nation is every 3 years, and we're every 2 years, so we just
Okay.
overlap every 6. So we're
Okay.
doing it in 2025, and then Navajo one is in 2026.
And how long have you been with the district and doing these surveys?
We've been helping New Mexico. I'm not sure how long we've been helping you all, so I think so, about 12 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we work closely with New Mexico Department of Health.
Wow. This is the first time I've seen this.
Mhm.
And,
And so for Navajo Nation though,
mhm,
Justine is our local health educator and Danita.
mhm.
And so they work with your local school districts and delivering the report.
It'd be interesting to see because Navajo Nation, I think theirs would be more BIE.
We do have BIE participate, the tribal schools, the grant schools, they do participate. And there is a school safety summit at the end of the month in Gallup. And I'm just gonna be presenting a section with my co-presenters on, specifically on safety that concerns the YRBS, mental health, injury prevention, and, yeah, just those two areas that we're limited to presenting. And I can share that with you by email. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want a quick comment. I've seen this survey before with other schools. I think this has been used with Central Consolidated before.
Yes.
So I think one of the data points that we've been looked at, especially with the state, is vaping or use of e-cigarettes. It looks like it's a little bit higher in our district compared to what the rest of the state is.
Oh, yeah, see.
Because I know everyone across the state's been trying to track the vaping use across, at least with different schools.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. All right, well, thanks again. We really appreciate your participation, and we look forward to any suggestions you have.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's a whole lot easier to pronounce.
Yeah.
Next on the agenda is a presentation on SB 11, anti-distraction policy in schools, and the discussion on draft policy by Jermaine Chappelle. And Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, board members. Ms. Chappelle, are you online? Would you like me to start?
Yes.
We would like you to start.
I was at double check with Ms. Chappelle. So she said just to go do a little bit of background. So in the spring, the legislature passed an anti-distraction policy. A couple weeks ago, on May 19th, I did bring together all the elementary, middle school, and high school principals and assistant principals together to talk about this policy. This is a policy that needs to be put in place by August 1st. So we did get feedback from our directors as well. So it was a collaborative effort to get input from principals and leaders, since they're the ones that are seeing a lot of the cell phone distraction in the schools. So anyway, we covered several areas. We called it a cell phone committee. So we covered what is considered an electronic device. We talked about what is considered instructional time. This is kind of based on what the widget legislation is written. We also talked about when electronic devices are appropriately to be used. And then we also talked about improper uses of electronic devices. We talked about policy violations as well. So it's a lot of communicating with families and guardians. So we have a first offense, second offense, third offense, and a fourth offense if that's to happen. Go ahead.
Mr. Deswood, I have a question here so that I can understand what you're explaining. This resolution or this SB 11 bill is anti-distraction pertaining to electronic devices, or is this overall? Any kind of distraction?
That is correct. This is regarding any electronic devices such as cell phones, personal tablets, walkie-talkies, smartwatches, headphones, handheld gaming devices, MP3 players, earbuds, Bluetooth speakers, digital recorders, digital cameras, video recorders, and smart glasses.
Okay. We're talking then about electronic devices of any kind.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. There are other distractions, that's why I was,
Yes, that is correct. There are others, but this is specifically related to electronic devices. Ms. Chappelle, you want me to continue, or do you want to pick up?
Why wasn't, pagers listed?
Pagers, no, there's no pagers. We haven't caught kids with pagers for several years. They've upgraded to phones, earbuds, those Bluetooth speakers. So, Ms. Chappelle, did you want me to cover anything else that we discussed with the school administrators?
Because I do see the bill, is there like a draft policy that's before us?
That's actually what Ms. Chappelle is going to be presenting. She just wanted me to talk about us gathering input from the principals, and then how we came, how we gathered feedback from our administrators.
Board members, I have also presented for you, so you can see the Senate Bill 11, the actual text. Can you see it okay?
yes, we can.
Okay, good. And so the very beginning of this talks about what is meant by a wireless communication device. And so within the legislation that was passed this last year and signed by the governor, that includes a cell phone, smartphone, or smartwatch, tablet computer, laptop computer, or gaming device. And one of the things that I think the team also pulled this from a distraction standpoint that we might add to this in our policy is earbuds and the playing of music or whatnot during class in using earbud. The bill, the statute, goes on to say, no later than August 1, 2025, each school district and charter school shall adopt and implement a wireless communication device policy. And so we are bringing this to you early so that the board has enough time before the August 1 deadline to review various options. It goes on to say that the department shall issue guidelines outlining the minimum requirements for a wireless communication device policy. And then it goes on to give direction to PED. My understanding is that we have not received that guidance. I just want to check in with Mr. Deswood and the superintendent. At least when we last met, we hadn't received that guidance. Is that still correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so the legislature is asking both PED and school districts to write or draft a policy, implement a policy that does the following things. Prohibits a student from using a wireless communication device during instructional hours, which primarily means during class time. Authorize the teacher to permit a student to use wireless communication device for educational purposes during instructional hours. And so that would be something that a teacher could allow a student to do under this policy. Permit a student to use a wireless communication device in the event of an emergency or to manage the student's health care. So this provision instructs essentially schools to have students have access to their phones, at least in some form, not necessarily right on their person. Permit a student to use a wireless communication device for accessibility purposes, including text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning. The team looked at this one pretty closely, and the district has technology that helps students with number 4 already. 5, provide protections for student privacy and confidentiality related to the permissible use of a wireless communication device at school. provide for the permissible use of a wireless communication device during non-instructional hours, and provide for consequences for violation of the wireless communication device policy. And then the last piece of this statute says that a wireless communication device policy adopted and implemented pursuant to this section shall not prohibit a student from using during instructional hours one, text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning, or two, a wireless communication device if the use of the device is a medical necessity and accommodation for a student with a disability or included in a student's individualized education program. Some of those software, just as an example, include blood sugar monitoring, for example, for students with diabetes, and there are other medical necessity type pieces. And then the final paragraph, upon adoption of a wireless communication device policy, each school district or charter school shall publish the policy on the district's website. And so with that, Peter, do you want to go over the high points of the policy, or would you like me to do that? The draft policy?
Yes, do you want me to read it?
Sure, I can also put it up if you'd like
Okay.
me to do that. But
Yeah, that'd be great.
oh, yes, sir.
So this is the draft policy.
Go ahead. I'm getting there. Sorry. I think I have to stop presenting first. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can. So version 1, initial draft school board policy, student wireless communication device use policy statement. This policy is adopted by the Central Consolidated School District in compliance with the New Mexico Anti-Distraction Law, Section 1.a, new section of the Public School Code, and informed by comprehensive survey results from the dedicated educators, recognizing the critical importance of an optimal learning environment, student focus, and mental well-being. This policy aims to minimize distractions from wireless communication devices during instructional time while allowing for necessary and authorized uses. 1. Definitions. As used in this policy, wireless communication device means a portable electronic device capable of transmitting voice, text, or data, including A1, cellular phones, smartphones, or smartwatches. 2, tablet computer. 3, laptop computer. 4, gaming device. 2, general prohibition during instructional hours to foster an environment conducive to learning and maximize disruptions. Students are generally prohibited from using wireless communication devices during instructional hours. This includes, but is not limited to, classrooms, laboratories, and other designated learning spaces during scheduled class time. 3, permissible uses. Notwithstanding the general prohibition, a student may use a wireless communication device during instructional hours only under the following circumstances. 1, educational purposes. A teacher may explicitly authorize a student to use a wireless communication device for specific planned educational purposes directly related to the lesson, which use must be integrated into the lesson plan and supervised by the teacher. 2, emergencies. In an event of a genuine emergency, a student may use a wireless communication device to contact a parent or guardian. All non-emergency communication with parents, guardians during school hours should be facilitated through the school office. 3, healthcare management. A student may use a wireless communication device to manage their healthcare needs as required. 4,
Can you hold on? It's not moving.
Oh, sorry.
top of the page 2. Right there. 4, accessibility and assistive technologies. Use of wireless communication devices for accessibility purposes, including text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or other assistive technologies that aid in communication, navigation, or learning is permissible. 5, medical necessary or IEP accommodation. Use of a wireless communication device is permitted if it is a medical necessity and accommodation for a student with a disability or explicitly included in a student's individualized education plan, IEP. 4, use during non-instructional hours. Students are permitted to use wireless communication devices during designated non-instructional hours, such as lunch breaks and before/after school in appropriate areas. The school administration reserves the right to define and communicate these designated times and areas. 5, school-provided storage solutions. To support this policy and minimize distractions, the school district will implement school-provided phone use storage solutions, e.g. pouches, lockers, for students during instructional time. Students will be required to store their wireless communication devices in these designated solutions upon entering the classroom or school building as per school-specific procedures, and may retrieve them at the end of the instructional time or the school day. 6, enforcement and consequences. 1, consistent enforcement. All school staff, including teachers, administrators, and support personnel, are required to consistently enforce this wireless communication device policy across all classrooms and school premises. Inconsistency in enforcement undermines the policy's effectiveness and will be addressed through appropriate professional development and accountability measures. 2, consequences for violation. Violations of this policy will result in clear and immediate consequences, which may include, but are not limited to, initial warning and device confiscation for the remainder of the class period or school day, parental notification and required pickup of the device, detention or other disciplinary action. Repeated violations may lead to escalated disciplinary measures as outlined in the Student Code of Conduct. 3, protections for student privacy. This policy includes protections.
We're not,
Can you move up, Ms. Chappelle?
Yep, my apologies, sorry about that.
Top of next page.
pay attention.
Perfect. Protections for student privacy. This policy includes protections for student privacy and confidentiality related to the permissible use of a wireless communication device at school. 7, parental involvement and communication. The school district will actively engage parents and guardians in discussions about this policy, emphasizing the benefits for student learning, focus, and mental health. Parents will be informed of the policy details, emergency communication protocols, contacting the school office directly, and encouraging to reinforce responsible device usage at home. 8, staff wireless communication device use. School staff are expected to model appropriate wireless communication device use during instructional time and student supervision. Staff should refrain from personal device use unless it is for an emergency, a medical necessity, or directly related to instructional or supervisory duties. 9, publication review. Upon adoption, this wireless communication device policy will be published on the Central Consolidated School District's official website. This policy will be reviewed annually by the school board in consultation with educators, parents, and students to ensure its continued effectiveness and relevance to the evolving educational landscape. So that's version 1.
How many versions are we looking at?
There are 2.
Okay.
So this is version 2. And this is from other school districts.
Like,
I believe we looked at Farmington's. Actually, I think Farmington's the only one so far who's adopted a cell phone policy that we've seen. Okay. So here's how it will read. Central Consolidated School District Board of Education Policy, Student Wireless Communication Device Policy. The Central Consolidated School District is committed to fostering a focused and engaging learning environment where students interact meaningfully with peers and educators. The use of wireless communication devices during instructional time can disrupt the educational process and impact student engagement. Additionally, such devices may pose security and safety concerns, including academic dishonesty, cyberbullying, and unauthorized recordings. As such, the Central Consolidated School District Board of Education prohibits student use of wireless communication devices during instructional hours, except under specific circumstances outlined below. For the purposes of this policy, a wireless communication device is defined as any portable electronic device capable of transmitting voice, text, or data, including but not limited to 1, cell phones, smartphones, smartwatches, 2, tablet computers. 3, laptop computers. 4, gaming devices. Students must store wireless communication devices in classroom storage areas or under locations designated by the teacher. Students are solely responsible for their devices, and the district is not liable for lost, stolen, or damaged devices. The district will not search for, replace, or reimburse students for any lost or stolen devices. Permissible uses of wireless communication devices. Wireless communication devices may only be used during instructional hours under the following conditions. 1, educational purposes, when explicitly permitted by the teacher for instructional activities. 2, emergency situations, in cases where a device is necessary for student safety, emergency communication, or urgent health-related needs. 3, accessibility and accommodations, for assistive technologies that facilitate communication, navigation, or learning as outlined in an approved individualized education plan, IEP, or Section 504 plan. Privacy and enforcement. School administrators are responsible for ensuring student privacy and confidentiality in cases where device use is permitted. Violation of this policy may be addressed according to the student disciplinary matrix, which outlines consequences for non-compliance. This policy shall be publicly available on the Central Consolidated School District website, compliant with NMSB 11 regulation. Thank you. Questions?
May I, Vice President?
Yes, you may.
So on the, I kind of like the version 2. But during the board of directors meeting, Dan did say that he was gonna distribute this policy and then that districts or boards can
Adopt
do as
some.
they please, however they want to set it. What's the word? Modify.
Adopt.
Yeah, modify or adopt. And so, but I go back years ago. I believe that's when Aztec incident happened, but how there was this campaign, not only locally, but also at the school board association that, where they had a sheriff come and talk about how vital it was to have phones, the students to have phones, and mainly because of those situations that, God forbid we have a school shooting, or any type of incident, but they're, with that many phones around the area, the campus, and they're the eyes and ears. And then out here with, we've done a safety summit and talked about, the police, sometimes, it takes hours, sometimes nobody shows up. But and that's no fault of their own. So, for those situations and to get help, that's my concern. And then I realized that the interference, if you want to call it distraction, but I've heard it said when students are taken out for, say, for these bilingual or for other means, that's a distraction too, from their class. And so to me, I'm looking more at the safety, and to me, I feel like when this was signed into law, they don't know our community. They don't know our area. And then when I do call to the schools, it's hard to even speak to a person. And I have to touch this number, hopefully somebody answers. And so, we've had situations where students have gone missing, and that just adds to the anxiety of parents, and wanting to speak to somebody human, and then, what if, those type of phones, what if one goes missing, and we're gonna be busy with liabilities of either, replacing, or, to me, it just seems like unnecessary. And, but I do like the version 2 where, the teacher designates a place. And, but, I hope it's not locked. I hope it's where, students can get to it, and if need be, if an emergency arises. So, that's my thoughts on it.
Is version 2, it looked like to me when I first looked at it, a draft that you all have done for us, is that a proposal?
That is correct. So if you look a little bit further down, it talks about in the discipline matrix. So there's a matrix that the district adopted some years ago. So there is language embedded in there.
So then version 1 was what you had looked at before, and version 2 is there a proposal for our district?
That is correct. A little bit more specific to our district, and to address Ms. Aspis' concerns. It does, in both policies, they talk about when it is permissible, for example, emergency situations, then teachers or whoever is supervising the phones that will be distributed to the students. I know there was liability in version 2. There is a section stated on there that students are solely responsible for their devices, and the district is not liable for lost, stolen, or damaged devices. So a little bit further, it says the district will not search for, replace, or reimburse students for any lost or stolen devices. So there's definitely a little.
Okay, so are you presenting this as a proposal?
So there's 2 versions, whichever, or you can, like Ms. Aspis and Ms. Chappelle said, if you want to merge them, take both, the best out of both. It's up to you. We just wanted you all to have input on it. We got input already from principals, and they are in favor of this House bill and this policy. Like I said, every administrator was for this, and just because of all of this, I mean, Mr. Carlson and I also go into classrooms and we see kids on phones and they're watching YouTube videos or Netflix while the teacher's up in the front. So this is definitely something that our staff are in favor.
And may I, Vice President?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and then also with that, the version 1 talked about how those students with medical issues or HEPA, then I think about HEPA laws, that when I used the analogy of when we were paying for, when the students were paying for lunch, there was that divide, that separation, and somebody thought that was not a good thing, because it kind of highlighted that one student couldn't pay, and especially if they were eating food that that the cooks could give for free. But so now we have, everybody has free lunch. So to me, I think that's no different in those cases. And there was one other matter that that you spoke of that, and I can't think of it now, but maybe later. Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, I'm also interested in how much data that we have. Do we have any information about how many students across all of our schools have access to any of these devices? And number two, how many of these instances, the devices, have been cited as a distraction at each of our schools? Is it a pervasive problem, or is it different from school to school?
So we do have some data. Our data, we actually sent a survey out as well. So do you want to share that data, Leandro?
I can post
Oh,
it
okay.
too.
Okay, yeah, she'll post it up there. We shared all of that after that initial meeting that we had with the principals, the DART department, Leandro, or Dr.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the student handbook for a lot of our elementary schools. It looks like the district has already adopted an electronic devices similar to what this policy says. And it's under the caption or title, items not allowed at school. Electronic devices, cell phones, MP3 players, iPods, video games, and other electronic devices are considered a nuisance in the educational environment. If brought to school, these devices will be confiscated, turned in to the principal, and returned only to the parent. The school is not responsible for lost, stolen, broken items. All electronic devices will be turned off and out of sight during instructional times. So based on that, is this policy being enforced at this moment? Is anybody enforcing that current policy as I read it?
They do, but it goes a little bit further to some consequences, right? Like I talked about in the policy, like a warning, a parent will be called, then it gets a little bit more stringent as it goes on to the point where it's maybe if it's a level 4, then the principal will have a conversation with the family and say they can't bring him for the remainder of the year. But it gets a little bit more. It increases in severity as they have a violation 1, violation 2, violation 3, violation 4. So right now, currently, the way the policy is written, there's really no consequences. If it's you can say that this one happened, but I believe it's the consequences that they're wanting so that we can make sure that we are enforcing it with more teeth.
Comment. Mr. Wells. May I?
Yes, you may, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was reading and wasn't listening to you.
Distracted by your phone, that's okay.
Yes, by my laptop.
So to some of the points and questions in respects to what we have sitting here in front of us, I'm going to ask the superintendent, do all our schools have computers?
I believe it's a rhetorical question. The
Excuse
answer,
me?
Of course they do, yes.
Okay, and our students have access to those computers, iPads?
All the time.
Okay, so what's the point of having to use a phone?
Personally, I don't believe that students need to use them in the classrooms.
It wouldn't.
Because you can use a Chromebook, you can use an iPad.
Educational purposes, you have one sitting in front of you.
Yeah, they talk about, one of the reasons is maybe do a survey, and they have these programs like Kahoot where, students can get on their phone and answer something. They could do that on their laptops as well, so.
So they can bypass and circumvent the school district's internet to access.
Yeah, they don't need their phones.
Okay, again, my point is they already have technology to be able to use, which makes that, in my humble opinion, quite irrelevant if they have one sitting in front of them, especially an iPad or a computer. Again, in my opinion, what did we do before the advent of the cell phone for emergencies?
So it's a great question, and that's something we still do. We have an intercom system in all of our schools, a functioning intercom system. We have phones in the building, the ability to call in or call out. If you need your child in an emergency, we can secure your child quickly because of those systems. We also have radios, and those radios should be used for emergency purposes. Hopefully that's what we're doing in the schools, but we do have those as well. And we don't need a phone if we have all that.
So 3 layers.
Mhm.
Okay. The only one that may be, in my humble opinion, is in respects to the IEPs. There could be some variances or exceptions to the rule in that respects. But certainly the other 2 that were given as possibilities to me, we already have systems in place, we already have computers, we have iPads, almost every tool that they need to necessitate their education. And I certainly understand the safety aspect of it. I have a background in safety, so I get that. But again, the layers of redundancy that we have in place, if those things were to happen, I just have a hard time saying, yeah, let every child have a phone, because again, the vast majority are not going to have the maturity to be able to put it down or leave it alone. Hence the distractions in the classrooms. You ask any teacher in this district if they're disruptive, and I'm willing to bet that at least 90–95% would say that they are. And that 5% or 10% that say no probably aren't even paying attention.
We do have those data as well,
Yeah.
and you're about right.
So again, that's just common sense. Thank you.
May I, Vice President?
Yes, ma'am.
You were a blur.
No, I'm just about to say, are there any other comments?
So the other question or comment I wanted to make, or the question, what's the date of the policy?
So it needs to be,
No, the one that's in our book at the bottom, they usually date it. When was that?
the board policy that Board Member So was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at doesn't really have a date. It just says ccsdnm.org. The basic rules for, it's a handbook for all the elementary schools.
So it's in the handbook. I'm actually now finding 4250, J4250 and J4261. It might be on a previous policy, but if Mr. So is looking at the student handbooks, so the student handbook or the student cell phone usage is most prevalent in middle school and high schools. A lot of times, yes, maybe 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, students will start to bring them. But for the most part, I mean, the majority of the issues that we're seeing are in the middle schools and the high schools.
Mm-hmm.
But the policy needs to be adopted by August 1 per the House Bill 11.
Well, now it's a bill,
Correct.
not a suggestion,
Correct.
Not a policy, but now it's a bill. Sharon, are you able to find that date on our policy? Maybe Pete could tell you what number?
Well, I think the one I'm looking at now, I went to the board policy. It says J4250JJH, date adopted September 19, 2017. And that's acceptable student use of personal electronic devices. All it is one sentence.
Okay, so we've come a long ways from pagers. And I'm gonna stand by that you know, just from the things that I've seen, again, it's hard to get a human on the phone, and I can imagine if a crisis should happen that you know, it's gonna be chaos. And I like the fact that mainly because of remembering that sheriff talking about giving his safety presentation, and just remembering all the points that he brought up, and then to go back to the fact that our police situation, especially out on the reservation. And then to look at other schools, I'm surprised that Farmington has that as their policy, and but it seems a little bit more where they can have the phone still, and but I'd like to do the honor system first. You know, we keep saying that our students are young adults, and I feel like let's let them. This is, you know, the beginning of the year. You know, this is the honor system. It depends on you. You know that if you don't follow these rules, then it goes up here. And because, I mean, there are more matters, I'm sure, that you want to be strapped down with, you know, as far as discipline and going through, and I'm sure it's going to be a number of cases, and you know, but it's still in the teacher's hands to make that point or that designation. It's up to them to, you know, first give them a chance to show that they're responsible enough. But you know, that's what I think that's how we should handle it. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Deswood from the board? Anything else from Mr. Deswood?
If I could ask, so which one of the policies seems to have how do I put this? It's more strict and applicable for, and second, what is the administrative recommendation based on the policies before us? Because I'm sure you've obtained feedback from the principals, you've obtained feedback from other stakeholders, so in that respect, what is the preferred policy recommendation?
So both of them are very similar, right? Like I had stated, the second one, you know, really talks about the liability on the district. So that kind of protects us, which is missing from the first draft or the first policy that we read. Both are similar as far as if it's in a student's IEP or they need an accommodation, right? As it is right now, if there's an accommodation for students, it's not pointed out, right, that the student has a specific accommodation in the class. So all it is saying is this: this is based on the policy or the board policy recommendation is they're both. It's both acceptable if a student might have an IEP, right, or assistive technology. Maybe they might need a speaker if they're for hearing. Both also talk about if there's an emergency, you know, students will get it back. So I think version 2 with the liability, you know, and saying that the district is not responsible for any lost or stolen items. Either version, principals just want something in place so that there's some teeth as far as, you know, consequence 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because right now, based the way the behavior, the discipline matrix or behavior matrix is written, there's nothing in the board policy that says to assign discipline to the students if there is a violation. So that's what is unique about updating the policy.
Question.
Go ahead.
Anybody canvass the teachers?
So a survey was sent out. If you want the data, I can share that. I know Ms. Chappelle has it. Maybe she can share it with the board for them to.
Just verbally, what was the consensus?
So students are saying for the most part, well, we don't use it, right? But then whenever you see the teachers are like, yes, we do see it. We do see it as a distraction. And of course, those are reported to the principals, so that the principals are the ones, they're the ones, like when we brought them in, they're the ones that are saying we're in favor of this. In fact, before it was made law for the previous couple of years, principals were always talking about, we really have to do something with cell phones. It's just getting out of hand. Kids just have them out, even though it is in policy since 2017. There's really no consequence. And then, like I said, with the way the behavior matrix is set up, there's no consequence if it is violated.
Superintendent, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How many chances should a student get to err in the classroom with the phone?
Interesting question. And part of it depends on the policy you develop.
Excuse me?
It depends on the policy you develop and you adopt, and either the next meeting or when we do that.
I'm asking you as a superintendent.
I say they get a chance and then they don't have a phone.
It's pretty clear cut and dry, isn't it?
Yeah. But we tend to have a matrix that usually has a first consequence and a second consequence. But yeah, if you abuse a privilege, you don't have that privilege.
If you're one of those kids to be able to sneak those and text behind your back, then it'd be like, okay, well, I got 2 more.
So
I got 1 more.
It's a good point. That's been brought up, and it's been done in districts. Students will bring 2 cell phones. If they have to turn one in.
Yeah, I know of people who are capable of text behind their back and not looking at the phone.
Those are all, yeah, teenagers and maybe some people in their 20s, but nobody.
My point is, it certainly needs to be strict enough to make them think twice about it.
Agreed. And Mr. So asked about kind of the administrative feedback, and you've seen the data, and this, by the way, what's being projected right now, Ms. Chappelle is projecting that the summaries are great, because I think it's an AI summary. So what it's doing is just taking the data and saying, here's some key points from that data, and we've done super quickly. But it's great to hear what the teachers have to say. There are a few teachers who think that students should have them in the classrooms. Most teachers feel like that students don't really need them for the most part. And if you ask my take on it, I've talked to Ms. Chappelle about this. I think that Farmington might run into some issues with their policy, and anybody who has a policy that takes them away completely, I would prefer a policy. There's some recommendations about pouches or ways that students can give them up. But again, that leaves you open to the possibility of students gonna, oh, here's my cell phone, and in the back pocket they have their real cell phone. And lots of ways, teenagers, they're gonna find ways around it. So, but again, I'm much more in favor of, I don't wanna see them in the classrooms anymore. I've seen them in the classrooms way too much.
Likewise. Thank you.
May I, Vice President?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So I've gone to carpentry class with you, and I did not see anybody on a cell phone. So it makes me wonder, I guess when we talk about those things, students are not, they're not stupid. They know who they can play with. They know who's strict. And so I didn't see none of that while I was in there. Even when the teacher went into another room and still. So, I really think that, I've already said my piece, okay? And if we're swamped and whatnot with parents and these cases, I don't fail to not say I told you so.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a real quick question. Do you have like an option 3 for more, I guess you could say a stricter policy where there's no phones altogether? Is that an option 3?
Board members, so that would probably fly against the plain language of Senate Bill 11 that's been now passed into law. I can put that provision up. If there's an outright ban, I think we'd be in violation of the new law. Let me pull that up. Sorry, I have sun in my eyes. Right here, in particular, items 3 and 4 are pretty explicit. I can read those again to you if you like.
Mr. Chappelle, we're seeing the summary of teacher feedback.
Thank you. I just needed to press this other tab. My apologies. There it is. So the law requires us to permit a student to use a wireless communication device in the event of an emergency or to manage their health care. And then 4 requires us to include in our policy the ability of a student to use a wireless communication device for accessibility purposes, which we've discussed. But it's really number 3 that we need to be careful on.
Ms. Chappelle, can you define emergency?
The statute, I'm sorry, Board Member Montoya does not define that for us, but that would have to be done on a case-by-case basis. Might be a good idea for us to have some conversation about that and bring something to you that helps define emergency. But I think some of those points do go back to the points raised by Board Member Aspis.
So what can, basically it's subjective.
It is subjective. I mean, I think emergencies can be defined as subjective to the person experiencing it. From my perspective, the 2 policies versions that staff came up with after the first conversation we had about the statute are really good. I think you could take the language that Mr. Deswood highlighted in version 2 and move that into version 1. Version 1 is it's got good detail on it and really helps people understand what the do's and don'ts are.
So basically what I am to deduce from what you're telling me is a parent could say, I want my child to have their phone on their person at all times during school in case of an emergency. Is that enough of an emergency for that child to have that phone constantly and consistently?
I don't, my interpretation of the language of this statute doesn't go that far. And so I think the storage option that staff has brought forward, administration has brought forward to the board, so that the phone is in the classroom but not on the student's person, I think that's acceptable.
Mm-hmm. May I, Vice President?
You may.
So, as I pointed out on 3 and 4, I feel that those are HEPA violations in a sense, because because others are going to know that they have some type of medical or whatever, so they're allowed to have the phone. And I go back to that same analogy of the lunch program. So there's no I guess that equality or.
So, Board Member Aspis, I was trying to highlight, but it's too dark. Number 5 also requires school districts to provide protections for student privacy and confidentiality related to permissible use of a wireless phone or of a phone. So I could see that going in a process procedure if a student has an emergency, finding you know, a good way to inform the teacher, so that it does, aid in what you're talking about, protect what you're talking about.
Yes, and not only that, I mean, it's, it's separating and designating that student as as someone that needs medical or there's something wrong.
And if I may respond, Board Member Aspis, Board Member Montoya, the points you guys are raising. When a student doesn't feel well, they ask the teacher to go to the nurse's office, so kind of similar thing. The actual concern or issue with HIPAA privacy would be disclosing what the emergency is or what the health concern is, not necessarily that there is a health concern.
And then on top of that, the safety aspect of it, where, you know, as I said, we hosted a safety summit 2 years ago, and I just, you know, there was some sessions there that talked about these things, and that it was also pointed out that how our youth are more able to use the cell phone in an emergency situation than an adult. So thank you.
So if I read this, I'm sorry, may I? My apologies. Number 5 is the but to the whole conversation then. Because again, it creates subjectivity in respects to everything that came before it. Provide protections for student privacy and confidentiality related to the permissible use of a wireless communication device at school. So a parent can use that. And who is the school district or the teacher or the principal, the superintendent or the board to question? Just a thought.
Board members, and in response to Board Member Montoya's question and concern, one of the reasons I think staff and myself wanted to bring this to you early is so that you all have time to really think through how you want CCSD's policy to be. Mr. Deswood, I know teachers were polled. Was anybody else polled?
Teachers, students, administrators.
May I, Vice President?
You may.
This is a question, Superintendent. Can you honestly say you give a gadget that's worth $1,000? Would you want somebody else to be confiscating that or picking it up from your child?
If it were stored in a reasonable fashion, yes. Trustworthy, and here's the thing, I mean, I would think that we need to be careful with that as well, because I think we could be considered to be liable for any damage or misuse of that.
Well, we already have that disclaimer in the policy that we're not, but.
Well.
But I'm asking you honestly, I mean.
Honestly, yes, I did have four high schoolers, and I can tell you that, especially as technology emerged, you know, and changed, that there were things that they certainly got away with because of lax policies that I would prefer they didn't. And to me, one of the things we haven't really talked about, I didn't want to open up a can of worms too much, but one of the biggest problems we face right now is cyberbullying. And when students have those devices in the school building, you want to talk about liability. We have students, I can guarantee you that we've had students this year cyberbully other students throughout the schools, and probably every single high school, probably every single middle school at CCSD. I wish that weren't the truth, but I'm sure it is. And by saying, oh, here, go ahead and use your phone. You're done with your work. Go use your phone or whatever. We're allowing them to do that and any number of things that they might be doing on the internet. And I think all those things open us up to some liability, serious liability.
I wish that the bill was more specific than, to say on cyberbullying than overall cell phone use or electronic devices, because, again, I think they're not thinking of us when they make these bills, and in remote areas, rural areas, so.
So if I may,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I think that's why it's incumbent upon us to look at that and the speed at which those things move. And I'm glad you stated that, Superintendent, because we all know there could be somebody in class and someone has access to that phone, makes a derogative comment, and within seconds, numerous amounts of students will have that and see that and read that. As soon as they start piling out of that class, the snickers, the looks, the glares, the laughing, absolutely. So again, it's incumbent upon us to see and understand and make it applicable to our area and to the use for our students. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Vice President, if I could speak on, to me, well, at this point in time, it looks like both policies as presented do meet the requirements of Senate Bill 11. So I think the next task is to probably pick which policy and then go from there and have it roll up before the start of the year. That way this can be incorporated into the handbooks across the board, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
It's dated, isn't it? Isn't there a date to be approved by the boards?
August 1. And we were planning to bring it back on Tuesday, and obviously we can bring it back July as well.
Is there any opposition to proposing now instead of bringing it back and going over it time and time again?
Need to have another read.
Yeah. For me, I'm comfortable taking action right away.
May I?
Yes, you may.
The question, Ms. Chappelle, so now that we're on this topic of electronic devices, can we add in there about cyberbullying and make that part more strict? And then, the language for that, and that's should be zero tolerance there. There's that campaign as well, to not put up with those things, and yet we've been following a policy since 2017 that didn't even outline that, didn't even address that. And so with this one, are we able to add that while we're on the topic?
I think that policy is already covered under existing policy, and that's policy J22550, adopted November 17, 2023.
Mr. Wells.
So I think you could definitely incorporate that other policy, and with respect to the topic of the conversation, what you could do is beef up the the penalties for that, which I don't know that we have done, to that strict level. Mr. Deswood, do you know if it's a strike one type of structure for cyberbullying?
Yes, we do. There is language already in existing board policy for cyberbullying and bullying. So it's actually already in the discipline matrix. So but I don't think that, I mean, it happens, right? But I think if there's a policy during school hours or when instructional time is going on, all it is limiting that it happens. I mean, obviously we can't control what happens once students leave the building, right? But there, in our existing policy, we do have it where there are consequences already, and principals do follow the matrix.
So,
And Mr. Deswood, sorry,
what date was that?
2023.
Yeah, November 2023.
Okay.
But Mr. Deswood, what is the stacking on the penalty? Is it a strike one, like zero tolerance, or what, how do we deal with it right now?
So it's various. Of course, it is progressive as well. So, for example, bullying and harassment, right? Step one, there's 1 to 3 day out of school suspension with reflection with cultural support, a referral to school counselor, like, you know, student assistant team, place a student on a behavior contract. That would be step one. Step two then goes to 3 to 6 days out of school suspension with reflections with cultural support, referral to MLSS SAT, utilizing established interventions. And this is, by the way, is all based on policy. So if you wanted to update that, you definitely, that's at your discretion. Of course, there's higher levels of, you know, I guess that'd be assault or battery, but it goes to a step 4 if it continues to possible discipline hearing as a 4th step. Step 3 is 6 to 9 days out of school suspension.
I didn't realize there was already one on cyberbullying, so that's separate.
Well, it is bullying, but I mean, even if it's cyberbullying, it still falls under bullying. So I like I said, if you want to make that you know, more strict, then that's definitely at the board's discretion.
Personally, I think cyberbullying is more egregious and more anonymous, and therefore can be more dangerous. And I would recommend that be a zero tolerance policy.
Then the board would need to make that adjustment in the board policies.
Well, I don't like to rehash things over and over again, so, but if it's necessary for a second reading to this, we can, otherwise I would recommend we vote and adopt it now.
Well, we can't vote on work session, but we can hear it again on the regular. But I think right now, to just get an idea of where the majority is, and to me, I like version 2, but I would like to consider giving our students a chance and have that honor system first. And if they mess it up, that's them. And at least then we can say they had that chance.
So, 2 strikes, you're out then?
Well, I'd like to consider that, but still, in version 2, you're still, when the student comes into the classroom, the teacher will designate a place for them to put their phone. But what I'm saying is, let them keep their phone, and if they mess it up, then the teacher will designate a place.
Well, that's going to interfere with your HIPAA idea.
I know, but, you know, I don't like it, and I don't like the fact that,
If everybody, to me, if everybody has to turn it into the class,
It's fair.
then you're not going to have, oh, well, look at him, he had to turn in his phone. And
but, you know, they need it for medical.
well, that's the exception.
Mhm.
And I think
But
that's in the,
That's what I mean. If we start out the year on the honor system, you know, then you're not, you know, those students that have medical needs and IEPs that, you know, that give them those exceptions, they're not so obvious. You know, it goes to where, everybody's starting out the same. But if they mess it up, then the teacher, okay, you put your phone over here.
he got his taken away.
Yeah, just turn it in.
That's
I don't know. I understand your concern, but I think my opinion, and this is just me, my opinion is that if when they walk into the classroom, they turn in their device, if that student has an medical emergency while in the classroom, they can certainly retrieve it or anyway, we've beat this horse to death. We're gonna.
I would appreciate one more reading if there was any additions or clarifications on either one of them, and it seems like the second one is preferable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
I'm in agreement with that too.
Yeah, number 2 seems preferable.
More applicable to us.
But again, my angst is were the two that I stated, that there's computers and iPads in the classrooms, and quite honestly, in my humble opinion, there's no need for an additional device.
Well, and I had a young man in middle school, and during his math class, he was reviewing stats and playing football, and his teacher didn't do a thing about it.
Yeah, that's my thinking too, that what if there's that one teacher that doesn't comply and, doesn't designate, and, you know, that word gets around fast. Okay, now,
Then I think there ought to be disciplinary action on the teacher.
That's why there's a principal in the building. That's why there's a superintendent.
And that's where that big back-to-school orientation happens, where all the policies, the new ones that have come up, are rolled out, correct? So that way everybody knows, so there's no ifs, ands, or buts on saying, I didn't know this policy was in existence.
That's correct. In fact, the principal, one of their pieces of input was that have families sign acknowledgement at the beginning of the year. So I know usually digitally we send out any policy updates, you know, here's what happens, your consequences, student handbook updates. Schools usually go over those student handbooks the first couple of days of school.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Desmond. Are we
And-
agreed? Can we move on now?
I'm wondering how this attracts students to our district. And, well, superintendent, will you be able to find that? I don't know. if you're able to track that kind of information, could you share it?
I can ask our data folks, yes, if we get students enrolling from especially the district to the east with their very strict policy, if you adopt the second policy and we end up with students who say, I'd rather be in a district that lets me carry that, we can ask
Or a
that question.
private school, or a charter school,
There you go.
or a BIE school,
Or BIE, who also will have to adopt the policy, I imagine.
or at home.
Well, there's all kinds of scenarios, and we can if and what if and what if all night, but, I suggest we move on if that's all right.
Yeah, I think we should
Yes.
just, the quicker we adopt this, otherwise it's just gonna, to me, it's gonna drag out.
I agree. Thank
And
you.
I'm willing to go with the second version.
So I'm assuming we could put that on an action item for the work session?
Let's do it.
We would need a second reading, of course.
Yeah, that's what I said, and that's why I
But
said we
yes.
need to have a second one anyway.
Just to clarify, you mean the regular meeting on Tuesday, right, Board Member Montoya?
What did I say?
Thursday.
Work session,
Is it Tuesday or Thursday?
Tuesday.
Whatever day it is.
The regular meeting
Yes. regular
Yes.
board meeting.
is on the 17th, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Yes, that meeting.
3, reports and possible board action. A, status of leases with the Navajo Nation and possible action. Ms. Chappelle, can you make this quick?
Vice President Wells, actually what I need to do is request that this is handled after executive session.
You want to discuss that in executive session then?
Well, there is a legal advice component that I do need to discuss with you, and so I do think it would be better to bring it back after executive.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We'll move that, A to executive session and go on with the budget report from,
Vice President,
yes, ma'am.
is that a legal move?
Yes, Board Member Aspis, we have it described in executive session on legal advice, and it is also an exception under the Public Meetings Act because it involves leases and negotiation.
So you're saying that's legit because of, we got down here litigation pertaining to legal advice as permitted under?
Threatened or pending litigation regarding legal advice, yes, sir. In addition to that, so this would be legal advice that I do need to give the board with respect to the status of those leases. And then the other aspect is that the Open Meetings Act also allows for attorney-client privilege communication regarding negotiation of leases.
Because, you know, we're changing the agenda, and, you know, there may have been that one person, not only the board, that wanted to hear the, you know, the leases, the status of the leases with the, can you share a little of what can be shared?
And that's what I'm trying to explain, Board Member Aspis, is that all we're doing would be moving it on the same day, just lower in the agenda, so that I can have that attorney-client privilege conversation with the board and then discuss the topics that would not be privileged in open session.
Well, you know, I'm gonna be direct. You know, in the creation of the agenda, there's 3 people to this, and you're one of them. And to me, I would think you would know that, in creating an agenda, that this should be in the executive session and not listed as a report. And then to, tell our community, who does look at these agenda items and expect that as in a report. So in the future, I hope you could do that and be mindful of that.
Thank you, Board Member Aspis. It was an oversight in terms of timing. When we talked about what should be on the agenda, it will still be on the agenda today, just after executive session.
Thank you.
Item B. Mr. Satania.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep, can hear you.
All right, thank you. First, I want to apologize for not being present at the meeting. Unforeseen circumstances with my health actually prevented me from attending work this week and attending the meeting, so I apologize. In addition to that, I'd like to acknowledge that it also has impacted my ability to report on some of the items on the agenda, and to acknowledge Board Member Aspis and her concerns for those that are present to hear those agenda items that are not going to be hearing one of these items. I want to apologize up front. I'm requesting that item D, item D under reports and possible board action, Booster Club by Dominic Satania, be moved to the Tuesday board meeting. With that being said, the item that we're discussing this evening is the budget report. This item is up for your consideration for approval. The date for approval that's been communicated to the PED is that our board will approve by next Tuesday. So should any action not be taken this evening, which is not required, we are looking for approval of the budget by next Tuesday. I believe Mr. Carlson has provided you physical copies of the budget. On the first page is our summary of revenues year over year. In the ending columns, you should see 2024-2025 revenues versus 25-26 revenues. Vice President Wells, can you confirm that that's the first page that you're looking at?
I have in my hands, Dominic, a loose page, and then a stapled page.
The loose page is what we're looking at first, I believe. Again, it should have two columns on the far right, one that says 24-25.
It does, yes.
Yes. The loose page is what we're looking at first.
Yes.
Are they different than the one online?
No, they're exactly the same. I just wanted to make sure that you had physical copies in your hands.
Yes, that's confirmed.
Okay,
Got it.
all right. The reason that we're taking a look at the revenues first, the stapled packet that is second is the expenditures that are proposed for next year. The revenue report that compares year over year shows where we have increases and decreases in revenues. The 10,000 funds, the general funds, you'll see the first fund that's listed is the 11,000 operational fund. That's the SEG money that we receive from the state. As you see, there will be an increase of 22% to 76 million. This is due to the changes in the formula and increases to the base amount, the base unit, this upcoming year, which benefited our school district. However, this was offset by a 4% increase in our expenditures towards salaries that we equally distributed across the district. The 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 funds come from the state and are used for specific uses. For example, public pupil transportation is for to and from buses. That pays for the diesel for the public transportation, not including activities of our students. The 15,100 fund is our impact aid. What we budgeted was a 4% decrease in the impact aid operational. There's been other indications that in the future, impact aid will be reduced by 15% by the most recent memo that I've seen. However, this is what we've budgeted for next year is a 4% decrease. As we move to special revenue funds, we have our universal free lunch, which has increased quite a bit, and food services, although it has decreased by 38% year over year. I'm not going to go over all the funds, but what I do want to point out when comparing the revenues is you'll see that we've had access we've gained access to new revenues, new grants, while others have fallen away. So anywhere where you see that there was a zero balance in 24-25, and then in the following column, you'll see an amount. That was where we applied or gained access to additional grant funds. Anywhere where you see where there is a negative 100% in the percentage change column is where that grant is no longer available or we did not apply for. For example, under the 24,000 fund, halfway down in the middle of the first page, you'll see the ESSERS 3, the ARP ESSER fund. That was money that was received from during COVID, which was supposed to be used at the beginning of this year. I believe that we spent down the entire amounts last September or November, and that money is no longer available, but that is the ESSER fund there. One of the other funds that I would like to point out to you is the Johnson O'Malley Fund. It's the 25,000 fund, federal direct grants that we usually report on. The Navajo Nation has elected to penalize us among other school districts that actually spend down their Johnson O'Malley funds. We previously received $544,000 that we had budgeted last year. This year, we're only going to be receiving or budgeted for about $32,000. That's almost a 94% decrease. The other two components of impact aid special education has decreased 8% year over year, and impact aid Indian education has increased 15%. Title 19 Medicaid decreased by 13%. Indian Ed Formula Grant increased by 34%, and Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation Direct Grant decreased by 25%. One of the things that I'd like to point out is that the decreases in federal grant funding is an indication, an early indication of what we anticipate for the future over the next 4 years in the memos that we continue to receive, which is we are seeing decrease in funding through grants. While they've been a major support for our school system to provide jobs and additional funding for our students and classrooms, we anticipate that we will continue to see those decreases. I'll let the rest of the revenues stand. You can kind of review the rest of them on your own and let me know if you have any questions after the presentation. I can try to answer them the best I can. What I'd like to do is move over to the next packet, the stapled packet, which is the proposed budget for next year. One of the things I first want to start is by explaining how this document is set up. It is 15 pages long. However, it breaks out all of our expenditures and how they've been budgeted by the fund, which is the first column of where you'll see FD at the top left. Again, you're on the stapled packet, first page. Second column says FN, which is the function. And the third column is the objects. This is the beginning of the accounting codes that we use within our school district to assign and budget for our funds. The 11,000 fund represents the SEG operational. So anywhere where you see the fund 11,000, that is the SEG funds. 1,000, the function 1,000 is strictly for instruction. So what you see here is that we are paying in the first line personnel services compensation. We're paying $31 million in direct compensation for 418 FTEs. Under that, you'll see various fringe benefits that we also pay out, which include employee benefits, which equal about 13 million. We also have professional and technical services, purchase property services, other purchase services, supplies, and property, specifically for instruction that have been set aside. The next, you'll see in the next section, we're still in the 11,000 fund, but we're under the 2100 function code, the 2200 function code, the 2300, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 29 function code. All the 2000 function are related to support services. You have 68 employees that are classified under support services using SEG income. Their total salaries equate for $4.6 million. The line under that shows how much of that is related to fringe benefits, employee benefits, totaling $1.9 million. And then you have various services that are broken out amongst the different function codes, which again, the object code describes what actually is being purchased or paid, whether it's supplies, other purchase services, etc. As you move down and how we have one more section of the 11,000 function, which again is the SEG income, which is our 3,000 function code. These expenditures represent the operation of non-instructional services. Compensation includes $1 million. Excuse me. We also have personal services, which includes 6.13 and represents 2 full-time employees. And then we see their employee benefits, the fringe benefits, which account for 47,000 of those 2 employees. Again, supplies under this function for operation of non-instructional services, we budgeted $517,000. At the end of it, you'll see what's highlighted in gray, and each section of each fund is organized in the same way. At the bottom of all the sections, you'll see that the 11,000, the total operational, totals $76,758,000 and equates 661 FTEs under the 11,000 fund, which again is the SEG income that we receive. This lines up with the revenue report that you first looked at in terms of how it flows down. All the funds are in order. One of the things that I'd like to emphasize that we did this year is we put as many of our full-time equivalents or FTEs, employees into the SEG income so that we could better monitor how much we're actually spending on salaries and can bring that information back to the board in future years to make decisions in terms of cutting, making any additional cuts or emerging schools in the future. As we look after the 11,000, I'm not going to spend too much time on the 12,000 breakout. There's 1 FTE that's associated with that, and the 2,000 and the 4,000 represent support services and capital outlay. Ultimately, this is the teacherage fund, and it equates for $1.3 million. The pupil transportation, which is the next gray line, represents the 13,000 fund. That's people. Yes, go ahead.
May I, Vice President?
Yes, you may.
So, before you go any further, which one would show, I mean, I think we still have that in our minds about, building the school down south, what balance are we looking at for that?
Yeah, so that's one of the, most of the numbers have remained the same year over year with the exception of where we moved some of our full-time equivalents or FTEs, the employees out of the impact aid and into the SEG income. So those are where you'll find the major differences in this budget compared to last year's budget. To your point, Board Member Aspis, the other major change that we made this year is under the capital. If you go under the 15-100 under impact aid, we've set aside $15 million to account for a portion of the funds that we would need to set aside and show that the PSFA, that we have the money set aside to begin projects like Newcomb Elementary. That is on page 1, 2, 3, on page 3. So if you go to page 3 of the stapled, and I'm not sure if it's printed front to back, so it might be the first page of, or the second page of the stapled version. But under the 15-100, you'll see there is a line called capital outlay. It's the 4,000 function. You'll see 54000, which is the object code, and it's called total purchase property services. There's $15 million set aside that we can show the PSFA that we have dedicated towards these capital outlay projects. Now, I was hoping to hear from the board attorney, because we've been pending hearing any news on the land lease, which requires a 50-year land lease that we were told by the PSFA before we could even begin to receive funds from New Mexico, from the state of New Mexico, to begin the projects that have already actually been designed for Newcomb Elementary. Regardless, we do have the money set aside next year, regardless of the outcome of the 50-year lease and how long that will take. We've set aside those funds in advance. Impact aid is the second big one to look at to understand where a majority of our funds are going. Again, we use a portion of it for instruction, 11 million for instruction, which it does cover 14 FTEs. This year under the instruction, we did have 7 reading specialists that we had lost funding originally under title funds. And we retained those reading specialists under impact aid. Half of those FTEs that you see under impact aid, those salaries are covered to retain those reading specialists, one at each elementary school across the district. The other portion, big portion of impact aid is support services, which represents $13.7 million. You'll see the various FTEs that are supported or professional services, third-party services that we pay for through impact aid that are not actually FTEs with the district. Last but not least, we have operation of non-instruction services, which represents $4.3 million. Again, this represents purchase, professional, and technical services and supplies across different functions. Besides the impact aid and the SEG income, which I've communicated over the last 5 months of being employed here as the major sources of revenue to cover our expenses, we do receive a lot of money from our grants, which have specific uses that we can assign. The rest of these categories, for the most part, after impact aid and their breakouts, a lot of times are just restricted to those services that can be used for those particular grants. If you scroll down, you begin on the 24,000 Title I funds. You go down, and again, everything is organized in the same way, where each section that's blocked out in white eventually builds up to a gray box, and the gray box is the total for that fund for the grant. And it also includes any number of FTEs on the last column that we actually use to support staff under that grant. I'm not going to go into all the details. Again, where I would start with is looking at the revenue report to see where we have gained or lost grants or have had reductions in grants. Again, these last pages of this expenditure budget for next year is again specific to each one. Again, I'd point out the Johnson O'Malley Fund. That was a pretty big hit that we took from the Navajo Nation not assigning us the full amount of money. You can look at how it was rebudgeted for the amount the amount that we would be receiving, which is about $32,000. With that being said, I stand for questions. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. Again, while the board can take action to approve this budget this evening, we have left until the meeting on Tuesday, and that is the date that I have communicated to the Public Education Department that we would have our budget approved by this board. I stand for questions.
May I, Vice President?
Go ahead.
On the third page of your stapled pages, and
Yes.
24-113 for homeless education for homeless children and youth grants. Why is that zero?
0 would indicate that we don't have that grant this year. Let me go ahead and look at the single page that you have.
Is that McKinney-Vento?
24113, Education for Homeless Children and Youth Grants for State and Local Activities. We'd received $1,124 last year. We're receiving $0, and I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Secretary. So if that's the grant that you're referring to.
Isn't that the Kellogg?
McKinney-Vento.
No, Board Member Aspis, actually the Kellogg grant, we received $150,000 this year. If you look at the single page, which gives you an insight into the revenues year over year, where our funds are coming from, we've actually got to budget $150,000 for the Kellogg Fund under 26121. And that's kind of halfway down on the first page of the single handout.
Okay, and on the single handout,
Yes, ma'am.
Were you part of the tribal consultation that NIEA put up, I believe the last week of May, as far as impact aid and other tribal
I wasn't a
funds?
part of I wasn't part of the tribal consultation, but I was a part of the Johnson O'Malley meeting. These were meetings that I will be taking part of going forward. Johnson O'Malley was the first one that came on my radar to attend, which I believe was after the meeting that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm. And Superintendent, were you a part of that, or did you have somebody a part of that?
Which one?
The NIEA tribal consultation?
Tribal consultation, yes. I was not personally, no. We had members of ICO, I believe Dr. Regay.
Okay. To me, I think those things are vital, that we have representation from our district, and then mainly because, you know, apparently there's a government to government that took place this past week, and in fact, I think it ended yesterday, and anyhow, what's that? So the government to government.
Today. Go ahead. Yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. So most of the time that's the tribal leaders, and I think with Navajo Nation, it's so vast, so big that our president doesn't have all the information that we know as a district or as a school. And so I think it's important that we be a part and listen, and if we can engage and ask questions or throw out questions. And then also the free lunch, has that been affected? Satania, to 1100 on your single page.
Yes, based on the revenues, the 1100, we're receiving additional funds from what was budgeted last year. Last year it was budgeted at 45,000, and this year we are budgeting it at 300,000, which is a 566% increase for the universal free lunch, which is state funded.
And that's the whole, not the school year, but also including the summer?
My understanding is that yes, that it can cover during the summer as well.
Okay, and then the other one that I'm looking at is, I know there's been some talk about Title I. And then the other one is Carl Perkins, and there you have a 0 as far as 2025, 2026 on the redistribution. Why is that?
I'm sorry, which fund are you referring to?
The 24176.
24176.
It's on the single page.
I'm not sure if Herbie is on the line, I'm sorry. Herbie is on the line, but Dom is actually the one that would have to answer.
Mr. Tanya.
Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, or a coordinator can answer this question.
Yes, Mr. Desmond. So it'll be redistributed. So any funds that aren't fully spent, there'll be a redistribution. So this past year, that redistribution amount was $15,988, which we already redistributed. So here, probably, where's Ann? Ann was just here. Maybe January or February, they'll look at it and redistribute any funds. For example, if funds were used in a different code, they can redistribute it. So we actually just got notification that our CTE and another one of our grants was refunded, and that is reflected on here as well. So, but the redistribution is just them.
Just saying you zeroed
yes,
it out.
Well, we haven't got that redistribution amount yet, so they'll send a memo to us, and then we just have to respend that money.
Yeah, because just for people's sake, that's mainly for Bond Wilson Tech.
Yes, a majority of it is for Bond Wilson. However, we do have other programs of study at the other high schools as well, like Shiprock, and then down south as well. So some of the funds do get distributed to those other schools, but a majority of it are like Next Gen, and then also Perkins, and then also the CTE.
Okay, and then Johnson O'Malley, he mentioned penalized. Why?
I can answer that question because I was in that meeting, and thank you, Mr. Deswood, for the follow-up. My understanding is that the Navajo Nation has taken a look at the money that has not been spent down by all of the schools that receive money for Johnson O'Malley across the Navajo Nation. A majority of the schools are not spending their money down, which we are part of the few schools that are spending their money down. And I would acknowledge ICO for the job of actually year over year spending the monies that we receive in Johnson O'Malley down year over year. With that being said, it was decided by the Navajo Nation that because they saw that schools were not spending their money down, that basically they would reduce the amount of money that was going to be given to these schools in the following year to basically force them to spend down the monies that they already had. Unfortunately, that negatively impacted our ability in Central Consolidated School District. Even though we were spending the money down, they reduced how much money we'd be receiving by over 90%.
And this was one of the things under the last meeting, the consent agenda, that was just rubber stamped and approved. So is there chances of us perhaps, are we on probation because of that, or?
I don't know if we're considered under probation, Board Member Aspas, but what I would say is that the Navajo Nation did not consider providing exceptions to those schools that were spending the grant money that was provided by the federal government year over year. It just equally applied the cuts across the board.
Yeah, because I was actually under the understanding that the cuts to JOM were actually caused by President Trump at the federal level, and that trickled down to JOM. That's why the money. So, Mr. Sateni, you're being disingenuous in this regard, because what actually happened is that the cuts happened at the federal level, and it trickled down to us.
May I speak?
And it's really similar to all the other cuts that we're facing with Title I, with special ed, and all these other things that we used to get. They're drastic cuts. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, board members. I just wanted to add that the funding is actually affected at the federal level. They did indicate that they have been seeing that the JOM funds at other schools who haven't been spending down, some of them, they said there's several schools who had like 6-year extension contracts. And so federal government saw that those monies have been getting returned every year. And so they felt that since the money's not being spent, then whatever we used to get allocated wouldn't happen. So then it trickled down to Navajo Nation. That's what was explained to us at our monitoring visit, in terms of how other schools who don't spend down affected our amounts. And so that's what happened. And then in terms of your question on being on probation, we're not. We were communicated at our monitoring visit that there are two things happening at the Navajo Nation level. One is they're appealing to get the funding back, and then the second one is to tap into funds at the Navajo Nation level, and I can't remember which department they were tapping into. So there's two things that they're doing, and so it's just a matter of waiting to see if that will happen. But in the meantime, we're allocated what we were given, and that's what we're working with for now. And so we're not on any type of probation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I know that they in that consultation, they were really talking to that executive order, and I don't remember how it was labeled, something about efficiency and something else. And so, and that's why I asked if we had representation over there, you know, in these talks, because, you know, we need somebody to get in there and say that, you know, and be very up in their game, you know, to say this is what we're using this for, and prove that, you know, it's not just you know, it may be sitting there, yes, but, just like we did with, our reserves, you know, we were trying to, save that because we didn't, the uncertainty of the power plant situation. And so, you know, it's only in our areas that we know this, and, you know, and then that's why I wanted to find out more and see if there's a chance that, you know, we could, get back to that same, and not just go with, board member. So I was thinking, and leave away from here thinking that Trump
He
didn't spend our money down to zero, so.
If I may add again, Board Vice President.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So there's two, I don't know, there's conflicting regarding the impact aid as well. Based on the NIA tribal consultation, they did indicate that there is potential cuts, but at the federal level, we do get, I get direct communication from them. And they did indicate that that wasn't going to be touched. So that was one that was safe. And so I don't know, there's just different communication out there. So just wanted to share that too.
May I?
Yes, Mr. Montoya, go ahead.
So in respects to what you're telling me, as far as with some of that other funding, like we'll use the JOM, and if there's school districts not utilizing or spending down all that money, then it would be reasonable to say, what's the point of us giving you $100,000 a year when you're only using 40% of that? So to me, it's a matter of redistribution, because again, if you have a district like ours who is continually utilizing that funding throughout the year and utilizes it all completely, well, then those schools or districts that get that same amount of funding and don't use that funding only stand to reason that they don't need that same amount of funding, because logic says that they're not utilizing it or haven't figured out the way of using it and redistribute that to those schools that do and use it proportionally in respect to the services that they're there to provide.
So I also want to add to that, Board Member Montoya. Before JOM, they used to provide that opportunity for us and other schools too. All other schools who don't spend the funds, it would go back to them, and Navajo Nation JOM would redistribute that, but it would be through a special grant process. So we would reapply again. At one point we had, which we did, at one point we had 3 JOM contracts because of that. And it used to carry over too. They allowed that, but they don't do that anymore. So other schools who are actually spending down and needing to use additional funding, we did apply for that, and we were able to have that opportunity to do so.
It seemed like that would be a reasonable way of utilizing all that funding, because again, not everybody's going to use it all. And certainly the need that we have here, pursuant to what Ms. Aspels was saying earlier, and with how many kids we provide services to, we need that funding. And again, there's those that may not. And so if you're continually doing that year in, year out, well, then certainly the people that are providing that funding are going to look at it and say, do they really need that same amount? So is that really a cut? No. It's a reduction that's being allotted to that school for not utilizing that same amount, but redistribute that to those schools that do. Yeah. So as you said, in a grant form.
So right now, they did indicate that there might be strong possibility of doing a special grants again, but we just have to wait like fall to get information on that. But in turn, we haven't received any updates regarding the 2 appeal processes that they're doing, plus tapping into the Navajo Nation funding to help with it. So We do have our negotiations meeting that hasn't been scheduled, so we can certainly ask about updates on that and then share that information with you when that happens.
Yeah, certainly, and I know we did talk about this a few board meetings ago about a very large dollar amount that was being sent back to the state. And I had asked a question about how the school district couldn't find the means and the ways to utilize all that money because it was a big number. So in that same context, these schools that get that funding need to be able to utilize it or not ask for such a large amount, and those that do need it should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President, may I
Go ahead.
continue? Mr. Centenia, also on 25201, Navajo Nations, can you explain that, what that is?
I'm not familiar with that grant, Board Member Aspis. I'd have to rely on a member of my team or a coordinator there that actually covers that grant. For Navajo Nations, again, it'd probably be Dr. Begay.
Yeah, I
She just
think
made
that
it
might
back.
be the vocational rehab, the OSER's funding, is that correct? The Office of Special Education Rehabilitation Services, Voc Rehab, is that the line item?
We're looking at
Yeah,
25201,
it
I
says Navajo
believe.
Nation,
What
25201.
25201 is Navajo Nations Federal District Grant.
Under support services.
I think it is OSER's Voc Rehab. Oh. That was also on the federal chopping block.
It's not described in here either. It's just in a gray area. And stapled. Can we get more information on that, Superintendent?
Yes.
And later on? And then my final one is the 27502. On the Career Technical Education Program pilot.
27502, yes, ma'am. There was a 4% increase that shows little variance.
Mr. Tanya, I can talk about that one. That's the one that Ms. Westbrook and Ms. Lee wrote recently. So that one partially funds the high schools as well, and then it's tied to our career pathways or programs of study. Some of those funds are being used at Von Wilson Technical Center as well.
Okay.
Mr. Desert, you mentioned the 25201, the Navajo Nations as parents as teachers.
Yeah, that is parents as teacher, and I sent a message in the chat. I think Ms. Dolphin is online or someone from the special education department to answer.
Okay. On that, so that was given by the legislative on that 27502?
No, our team, like I said, Mrs. Sandra Westbrook and Miss Roxanne Lee wrote that grant. So then that was what they were funded for. Right,
That's
Miss
the
Lee, are you
Perkins
online?
grant and the Next Generation grant?
Yes.
Okay.
That was Miss Lee online.
Yes.
Okay.
So it was a competitive grant, so we had to apply for that, and that's how we got funded. It's 2 years, correct, Miss Lee?
Actually, we do it annually, and that's based on the local comprehensive needs analysis, as well as our local workforce data for the career technical education for each of the schools. So it's going to be funding 10 programs of study, ranging from agriculture to welding to educational pathway, as well as carpentry, electrical systems, and computer technical stuff. And there's another one too. There's 10 of them though. But definitely, yeah, that's the Next Generation in Perkins grant, and we have to do an annual performance review in February for this past school year. So that takes care of salaries, supplies and material, as well as student travel.
Okay, and the reason why it caught my eye is because I know that as I said earlier, that I visited a carpentry class, and that was middle school, and to look around at the supplies there for carpentry and then also welding, I know it's not being so supported.
Oh,
And
I'm glad you mentioned those, as it's able to support this year, and we did include that in the middle school for carpentry and welding at TBA, as well as yeah, so TBA is going to be kind of a feeder school into the CTE pathway, so it will be supporting Dr. Mike's teacher, Mr. Chuck Thomas, at TBA Middle School.
okay, that's good to hear.
Yes, we did the course sequencing, and everything does align with our STARS code. So the students will be getting the credits for it, and we'll be able to get them into the program of study for introductory, concentrators, and completer courses.
Okay, that's good.
Board Member Aspis, I know you wanted clarification on the 25102. Herbie Ellison has her hand raised, and I guess she has for a couple minutes. I wasn't paying attention, but she can answer a little bit more for us.
Okay.
Herbie?
Hi, good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson. On that grant, it funds 5 positions that are for parents as teachers, and then it also helps pay for supplies and materials for the Parents as Teachers program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then also, is there anything in here for special ed or IDEA under the 24? Is that all in that 24106? On the single page, Satania?
Yeah, it looks like we took some big hits or cuts, federal cuts in Title I, or I'm sorry, special ed.
Yes, that's correct. But what we do have is that impact aid, special education, the 2,500 funds also took a hit, but that's where we're seeing our funding for special education there. And I just want to clarify and speak to your comments, Secretary. So I'm not trying to be misleading with regards to Johnson O'Malley. If what you're trying to point out is that there was federal cuts to Johnson O'Malley, that is the fact. But I was a part of the meeting with the Johnson O'Malley staff, and it was specifically stated that they had made efforts to work with the Navajo Nation to redistribute the funds, to not allow schools like ours who had been spending down to allocate more amounts towards us with the funding that was provided by the federal government versus continuing to fund those schools that were continuing to have rollover funds and surpluses where they weren't spending that money so that we could continue to have those funds. I believe that's what's
We lost you.
Mr. Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, he did drop off for a sec. We'll see if he hops back on.
Thank you.
It also looks like we took some big hits in Title I for CSI school improvement. That's about a $400,000 plus hit. And almost $500,000 to special education.
I can answer the 24190. So the $1 million was for our 6 CSI schools. And this current year, we only have 2 CSI schools. So that's why there was a big decrease. And there's also some carryover, which we've already brought the schools together to plan for that carryover funding. The carryover funding, I believe, was about maybe $480,000, $500,000. So the 2 schools that are CSI designation will each get, Career Prep will get, which is MRI, will get $125, and then Mesa will get $110.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I think the other bright spot, this was actually brought up at the school board conference, and one of the big whole things that seemed to get everybody up in a tizzy or up in a fuss was changes to the state equalization guarantee. But if you go to the 1100 or the 11,000 area, it looks like the change in the SEG actually benefited us to the tune of $13,684,221. And that was the funding change, if I'm not correct? So whatever PEG was changing as far as the SEG, it actually was a big plus for us.
Well, and also if you look at, there's some things in there that instructional materials is one, where it went down to 0. The family income index went down to 0. Those are now contained in the SEG. So there are some things that kind of balanced out. So it's not quite the amount you mentioned is correct, but that correct amount does include some things that were taken away from different spots and put into the SEG.
Well, I'm really surprised that it benefited us because, you know, the 3 criterias or what they look at, it seemed like in all 3, our district had reductions and so it surprises me that we did gain, and that's great. I don't mind being wrong.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected. I'm back.
Welcome.
Welcome back.
I'm not sure where I got cut off.
We were just finishing up.
When you unplugged your computer.
I'm sorry.
I
did want to, I don't know if you heard, I wanted to respond to Secretary So's comments regarding Johnson O'Malley. I don't know if you heard any of those comments before I got disconnected.
Well, he said he was done, so you're forgiven.
No, I just wanted to point out that I'm not trying to be misleading. While I've stated that there's been federal cuts to a lot of these programs, my main concern with Johnson O'Malley is that as a part of the meeting with the staff of Johnson O'Malley, is that the Navajo Nation elected to equally distribute those funds across all schools and bad actors that were not spending their monies down, when the staff had asked that maybe they try to redistribute to reward schools like ours that had been spending down, and yet they elected not to do that. They still gave money to those schools that were building funds. And to Mr. Montoya's, Board Member Montoya's point, in a sense, we are, you know, we're not getting funds when we could have gotten those funds. And that's all I want to emphasize. The other thing that I want to say for the record is that as a part of that meeting and speaking with the staff, it was proposed that we make an appeal, and it was told by me from the staff at Johnson O'Malley that the appeals were not likely to get approved. Now, that doesn't mean that that's not possible. I know that President Haskey, who is the program manager for Johnson O'Malley, has talked about seeking an appeal, and I know that Dr. Begay is very hopeful, but at least from what I heard in that particular meeting is that any appeals to the Navajo Nation, given the amounts that we provided this year, was a significant cut, not just based on the federal amounts, but also the Navajo Nation's refusal to allocate that money more equitable towards those who actually spent down was of concern. So I'd just like to add that into the comment. Are there any other questions about any of the other budget items? And as again, you can see, it takes a village to put this thing together. There's a lot of information that's in here.
Any questions?
Board members, Vice President, may I give a few clarifications on the JOM issue?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So it sounds like we've each kind of got a little bit of the piece of the puzzle, but I just want to lay it out so it's a little more clear. There was more than an 80% cut in funding from the federal level on JOM. The Navajo Nation has filed administrative appeals to BIE and is also considering taking that even further up in terms of litigation. And in addition to that, the JOM program and DODE have reached out to Navajo Nation Council so that they can get funds to bridge that gap should the appeals not be successful. The other factor with respect to the potential for those JOM funds to be replenished is that some additional JOM funds were put in the continuing resolution passed by Congress, and we're waiting to hear how much is in that continuing resolution. So it does look like we will be getting additional JOM funds to Dr. Begay's point, and I just wanted to clarify some of that confusion.
Thank you.
May I, Vice President?
Sure.
So with that said, you know, some of the talks I've listened to on social media and with other tribes, not necessarily Navajo Nation, but other tribes, and this is not even regarding their education, but you know, other departments of their tribe, but you know, I like where one person got up and said that, you know, in this, you know, we all know that Trump got elected, and we all know that there was going to be changes, and then what happened with a lot of the I guess the things that were brought up by Doge, I think that's the acronym, and so when this came, when I saw on the email that regarding the executive order of efficiency, and I don't remember what the rest of that was, but
governmental efficiency.
And I knew that if we don't have our facts and figures right, and don't have the smartest person in the room to give those facts and figures, then this was going to be the result. And you know, that's just from what I observed, and you know, and some of the other discussions, conversations on other tribes that I watch, and one of them being the Cherokee Nation, and it seems like, you know, they have their ducks in a row, but you know, again, Navajo Nation is so big, and so I think we're gonna really be scrutinized, and again, it's probably gonna get stricter. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, Mr. Satenia, I think you've got the next one as well.
Assuming that the board's not gonna take action this evening, we do have an item for next board meeting, for the approval of this, budget by the board.
Is the board opposed to taking action on the budget?
Can't do nothing about it until
It's, yeah.
do everything, the transfer and the budget approval on Tuesday.
You gotta speak up.
Yeah. My apologies. Doing that cash transfer and approving the budget all in the same meeting, when you present that information, I think would suffice for Tuesday at the regular board meeting. It's my suggestion.
We'll lump it all together and approve it next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then I would ask that you also include the letter to be pushed out as well if you're not, planning on taking action at this meeting.
We don't.
Letter
A letter for what?
C?
I'm trying to pull up the agenda, excuse me. The letter to the PED regarding cash deposits.
You're gonna have to.
Oh, that's E.
I'm a little thick, I
I'm
guess.
sorry, Aaron has it up there. It's item number E, requires approval by the board.
Mr. Centenia,
Yes, ma'am.
so have you heard or has anything come forth from Wells Fargo that they're closing?
Not to my knowledge, board member Aspis.
Okay.
So again, it's my suggestion that those actions that were needed to be done could all be done at that same meeting.
Yeah, it looks like the item on cash deposits is pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's what the district has always done routinely, so I don't have any questions on this one.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, move on to E then. Deposit memo to, this letter has to be approved. Is that correct, Dominic?
Yeah, but not sure if I'm not sure what's being moved and if you all are gonna take any actions today. So are we moving down to E and everything else is being moved forward?
Yes, we're gonna take action on the whole thing in our next meeting. Does that meet with your deadline?
Sure, yes.
So if we move this budget actions here to the next meeting and they're approved, then you still get it in by the deadline?
I mean, the budget itself, yes. The permanent cash transfer actually helps us close our books as we are approaching the end of the year. So doing that sooner rather than later is ideal. In addition to the deposit memo, which we received this last week from the PED, a notice asking us to get this passed by the boards across the state. So I was trying to be in line with their request coming out last week with the memo. The budget obviously can wait. You can take those documents home and take a look at them and ask any more, feel free to follow up with any other additional questions you might have or requests. But ideally, I would like to leave here with getting the permanent cash transfer and the letter approved if possible.
Item E, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Board members?
If that E is an action, and needs to be done sooner than later, then we could just go ahead and move to do that now.
I request a motion.
Motion to approve item E deposits memo to the PED.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item E, deposit memo to PED, presentation and board action. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
See the letter?
What's that?
The letter.
Yeah, I have no problem, but, normally during work session, we're not actioning anything. Is there a way that we can do this, right, Jermaine, or Ms. Chappelle?
Board Member Aspis, thank you for the question. It is noticed on the agenda as possible board action.
And
Okay.
a quorum of the board is present.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, that's good.
Is that
Yes.
is that affirmative then?
She said yes. You did say yes?
Yes.
Yeah, she said yes.
I vote yes.
And I vote yes. Is, Board President, is she on?
Ms. Ray?
No,
Ms. Haskey?
no. Suzette?
Ms. Haskey?
I don't see her.
Suzette, are you voting? Are you here? Are you present? Okay. It is approved by 4, motion passed. Move on to, F, discussion of potential board action on amendments on policy. B 1700 BEDB agenda by Ms. Chappelle.
My apologies. I was trying to unmute and also put up the policy. One moment, sorry. All right, can you see that? Does it need to be larger? Can you hear me?
Yes, I believe we can see it.
Okay, sorry. So this is what the current agenda says. I'll just go over it very quickly. I mean, the current policy on agendas. Regular meeting, what we have in our agenda right now is call to order, in the policy, call to order, adoption of agendas, agenda presentation, approval of minutes, routine matters, consent agenda, reports, action items, future business, items suggested for future meetings, adjournment. And then special meetings, the language is call to order, items for which special meeting was called, announcements, adjournment, and then executive session. An executive session may be scheduled as necessary during either a regular or special meeting. And so I was asked to tweak our policy a bit, and so this is what I am presenting to you for consideration. So 1, agenda items for regular school board meeting. Under routine matters, call meeting to order and verify quorum, pledge of allegiance, prayer, welcome of guests, presentation of agenda and or discussion of modifications, presentation of minutes and or discussion of corrections, presentation of consent agenda, including but not limited to agenda and or modifications, minutes and or modifications, unique trip requests, gift donation requests, grant applications, other items. Then H, possible questions from board on consent agenda items and or discussion of items pulled from consent agenda. And then last one, under routine matters, action on consent agenda. 2, student, staff, and community recognition. 3, comments from audience. 4, reports and possible board action. And under that, board member reports, superintendent reports, informational reports, school board governance, including but not limited to instruction and programs activities, finance and facilities, second reading of proposed policy revisions, if any, resolutions, memoranda of understanding, contracts, RFPs, collective bargaining agreement, Yazzie Martinez considerations, and strategic planning, and other. And then under reports, there's a designation for other in case there's something that comes up that isn't listed. 5, requested action items and reports for next future meeting. 6, adjournment. And then agenda items for work session. Call meeting to order and verify quorum, presentation of agenda and or discussion of modifications, presentations, reports, and possible board action, including but not limited to Yazzie Martinez initiatives and strategic planning, first reading of proposed policy revisions, if any, and other. And then 3 agenda items for special board retreat school board meeting, call meeting to order and verify quorum, presentation of agenda and or discussion of modifications of items for which meeting is called, adjournment, and then the same executive session language. And with that, I stand for questions.
So, may I, Vice?
You may.
The, it seems, going through that, it seems like we have how many examples? Is that what it looks like?
Board member Aspas, when you say examples, like just calling out the topics that fall under board governance purview pursuant to statute and case law.
So, which is the template that that doesn't ignore the board's fiduciary duties, their oath of office?
So thank you for that question, Board Member Aspas. The calling out of the examples actually serves as a kind of informational roadmap for what board responsibilities are, whereas the current agenda does not contain those things. And so sometimes I think there's confusion about what should or shouldn't go to the board. What I tried to accomplish was to help folks understand, let me just find that real quick. Under E, those things are very important aspects of board responsibility. And so it's not that we would have those at every meeting, but they're there to serve as a guide for what should go to the board.
So on the old policy, on that template, what date does that have on there?
Let me find that. I want to say 2016, but let me double check that. I apologize. I had it pulled up. Let me try to find that again. Can I come back to that question so I don't take up too much time trying to find it?
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What items in this agenda proposal are not or cannot be addressed in the current one?
The current one is outdated, Vice President.
That doesn't
Wells.
answer my question.
I apologize, I'm not understanding your question.
Come on, it wasn't that complicated. What things in this agenda are not covered in the previous? I mean, in the current, this looks like, is there not enough space in the current agenda to cover all of the items that are listed in this? What does this improve is my question.
What necessitates it?
Right.
To add to that, what necessitates that?
The agenda?
The changes.
The changes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my point of asking the question.
Is there anything that in this agenda that can't be covered in the current one?
The current one,
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, for crying out loud.
Right, that was my next question. How did this come an agenda item? I've been asking for different things on the agenda and it's been ignored. And then even one of those items was told to have an executive session. So how did this come about? And I don't recall having to go over this particular policy. And again, as a board member and recently coming back from a conference, I want to keep to the one that keeps me as a board member to honor the oath that I took when I decided to be in this position. And again, there were sessions on fraud, there were sessions on, you know, being responsible and accountability of a board member. And to me, I feel like we are ignoring, and when you look at May's agenda, and all that was just rubber stamped and thrown, oh my goodness, I don't care to go to jail for anyone, let alone another board member that wants to streamline things. You know, I'm willing to look at other avenues but you know, from 2016, from the last time this policy was put in place, you know, there has been, I mean, no longer is it plain and simple anymore as far as boardman duties are concerned, and the things that we look at, the things that we have in our hands, you know, it's no longer simple. It's not like Little House on the Prairie where you only had 4 school board members with 1 teacher. I mean, there's like liabilities and all kind of lawyers, and lawyer for this, lawyer for that. And then we have all these grants, and you know, who's to say, had we listened to the JOM, and I'm still asking for IEC, those reports, and you know, that we're you know, there's still things that are lacking, and but I don't care to streamline, and I don't think it was broken before. I think it those were the things that kept our district safe, and yes, I get it. It is time consuming, but you know, that's what we raised our right hand to, you know, when we took that oath. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Thank you.
Board Vice President, just to respond to the questions. In line of kind of modifying consent agenda, I was asked to tweak and propose and put it on the agenda. I have no pride of authorship here, so if you all want to modify it in any way, I am happy to implement those changes.
I think what we need to do is keep what we've got. If it's worked for all that time, I don't see anything in here that can't be addressed in our current one. And my suggestion would be to leave it alone.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, based on the last meeting that we had, it largely followed the format of the existing policy. But the only thing we moved up was it was more efficient in that regard. So I think the way the district has been running is we haven't been following our policy, and that was kind of what happened. But because the way it's presented, it looks really busy. There's a lot of stuff that's been added on. I don't know.
Really busy. I agree with that. It's not simple. It's busy.
Right.
And busy is not necessarily better.
I think, like I said, since 2016, you know, the functions or the duties of a board member have grown, and it's no longer simple, as I said earlier, and I better stop there.
Thank you. Any other comment or discussion? I think I've said enough.
That's enough. I'm done.
Item 4, convene in executive session discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 1015-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discussion on the threatened or pending litigation pertaining to legal advice as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-187 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a
Motion.
motion? Moved.
Second.
Been moved, Mr. Montoya, and
Yes.
seconded by Ms. Aspas. Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Mr. So.
Yes.
Myself, yes. We will go into executive session. We reconvene in open session. The board will discuss in the executive session only the subject reconvene in open session. The board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on limited personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15. Let me turn the page. Whoops. -1-H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discussion on the threatened or pending litigation pertaining to legal services as permitted, legal advice as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we reconvene in open session. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Soul?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Let's see here. As to the status of the leases with the Navajo Nation. Ms. Chabelle?
Thank you, Vice President, board members. That matter is being handled administratively, and we are in a good place to get that resolved.
And no action was taken. Item 7 or 6, excuse me. Nope, 5. Items for June 17th, 25 regular school board meeting.
Vice President, I have a request.
Go ahead.
And, well, the request is, I've made this request before, but I wanted to know how each department spent down their, what they needed to. You know, the schools, the principals, mainly the middle school and the high school. Just those two, I wanted to know if there was balances and how they cleared them, what they spent it on, what it went towards. Mainly because I wanted to see how much of it had gone to, you know, support material for classrooms, for teachers, and I'd still like to know that information. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else? Mr. Montoya?
I have nothing.
I have nothing either.
And I have nothing, so thank you, Ms. Aspas. Did you get that, Sharon? Number 6, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Montoya?
No, I do not oppose.
Ms. Aspas?
No, I know.
Okay. Neither do I. The motion carries.
I vote green.